Cities now wait for tonight. Oh, waiting for tonight. Who the fuck is this? We outside? You all good with your hair? That was good.
Mine's been weird. Today we're talking about YouTube drama, but not in the
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire.
way you'd think, unless you read the title of the video. Then yeah, it's exactly what you think.
I can't live without breast milk.
So my history with animated story channels is no mystery. My history is no mystery. That rhymes. My history is not a mystery. It's meant to be eventually. Is it obvious I've been watching Hamilton? I made a bunch of videos about these animated story channels and how dumb they are. Frankly, I am trying not to make them, but weird shit keeps happening. And I'm not the only one talking about these channels. They've been a laughingstock on YouTube for a minute now. But much like NSYNC's hit single, they're sick and tired of hearing all these people talk about them. A few weeks ago actually happened, which was the biggest of these channels, disappeared without a trace, and I made a video about that in a character that everyone hated. And then My Story Animated, who is now the de facto king of sensationalist animated stories by children, started beefing with this YouTuber named Jay, who made a reaction video about one of their videos. All this guy did was make a reaction video to one of their videos where he wasn't even on it like I do. And they told him to take it down and threatened his channel if he didn't.
We sent him a message on YouTube asking him to remove one video, but he never responded, so we decided to send him an email, but he also never responded. We felt like we don't exist in this guy's world and that he is above us or something. First of all, I know that I'm a quote-unquote professional YouTuber, I guess. I don't know how to check my YouTube messages. I don't know how to check my YouTube messages.
All while comparing themselves to Game of Thrones and Death Note and Avatar.
Let's see him reacting to any other animated TV show like Death Note or Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Which, I mean, they're clearly on the same artistic level of. For that whole saga, I'll link to his video, but the messages from My Story Animated feel like they were written by an 8th grader. To all the fans of the YouTuber that we asked him to remove our videos, he never asked us for permission to react to our videos, and he just did it. Let's see him reacting to any other animated TV show like Death Note or Avatar: The Last Airbender. His channel will be deleted in like 5 seconds. Do they not know about the commentary community and how Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of the most video essayed about things on YouTube? And then they deleted this rambly ass message because, quote, it was too long and no one was reading it, which is not true. And then posted a shorter statement where they said, we hold the right to deny anyone from using our videos. We have the same rights to our work as any big studio or franchise. Why is it so hard to understand that YouTube artists also have some degree of control over the videos they work so hard to produce? No one has told them about fair use, apparently. You're this big studio on the level of Game of Thrones and Avatar: The Last Airbender, and this is your output?
I stood next to a dumpster to catch my breath. There was a kitten that was nibbling on a half-eaten McDonald's meal that had been thrown away. I tried to act like a cat so that it would think that I was a cat too, but the cat wasn't as stupid as I was.
Also, they can't seem to decide whether or not they're the little guy being bullied or this like massive studio that commands respect. Not to mention they contradicted themselves because in the past they said you don't need our approval to make videos. We get many requests from YouTubers that want to make reaction videos to our stories. You don't need our approval to do them. We'll allow any YouTuber to make them freely. We also love to watch them. So clearly this company is super cool, not to mention professional, and definitely not childish. My assumption for why they changed their position is that the animated story game ain't like what it used to be. The big players are dropping like flies. The views are dropping like flies. It's a lot like flies. And I think that these channels are just paranoid and like clinging on to dear life. But my beef isn't with My Story Animated, in this video at least. My beef is with an up-and-coming channel with a penchant for what psychologists would call gross ass content. The channel is called True Stories because of course it is, and they claim to create animated stories for mature audiences intended to promote critical thinking and moral reasoning. I talked about them for like 10 seconds.
we're gonna have to start this one. Mate, that's just a border block. No, that's just a border block. Oh my god, bro. Yeah. Yummy. Get more fire, no. Oh. Yummy. Yummy.
Turn your teaching templates into profit. Start selling.
Your time machine broke, and you're stuck in the worst time in history. It feels like you stepped into an oven. There are no plants or any vegetation, and almost no moisture in the air. The sunlight, smashing down from the cloudless and weirdly colored sky, is reflected by an endless sea of red and orange sand dunes stretching over the horizon for thousands of kilometers. Dust devils the size of buildings dance over the hellish landscape.
You're in the early Triassic, hothouse Earth 250 million years ago, a few million years after the worst mass extinction in history. The planet is still suffering from a permanent fever. Volcanism and the runaway greenhouse effect has transformed the planet into hell. There's 3 to 5 times more CO2 in the air than in the human era. The formation of the massive supercontinent Pangaea led to the largest desert in history that barely sees any rain. The gigantic ocean is warm, even deep below. 2 superheated currents circulate around the globe, pumping extreme amounts of heat and moisture into the atmosphere. There's no ice, even at the poles.
Seems like you're stuck in the center of the desert, isolated by endless ancient landmasses, one of the most hostile environments Earth has ever produced. The deserts we know are still full of life, but not this one. Its core is starved of moisture, and the air is bone dry. Your skin dries out immediately, and your lips begin to crack. The CO2-rich air is easily 50 degrees Celsius and sears your lungs with every labored breath. The rubber soles of your boots begin to melt. If you touch the ground, you'll get burns. Your sweat evaporates before it could cool you, and your exposed skin begins to crack within minutes. Suddenly, it becomes even hotter as a red sandstorm envelops the landscape. Like thousands of tiny sparks, burning hot sand hits your skin. You're pressing your machine's buttons at random. It can't do time travel, but it can still move. You shoot over some of the mightiest mountains Earth has ever seen. Eventually, you stop at the shores of the Tethys Sea. The vast shallow ocean looks more like a swamp among scattered groups of waist-high ferns and spindly stems with tufted foliage. A few Lystrosaurus feeding on them eye you curiously. The water is murky and looks sickly and milky. Colourful mats of bacteria float on the surface like oil slicks. The air is hot and humid like a steam room. It's hard to breathe, and your sweat can't evaporate and cool you. Even the water can't give you any relief. It's as hot as a freshly run bathtub. This hot ocean can't hold much oxygen, especially in deeper layers. Bacteria and bivalves are the only species that thrive here. The waves move almost sluggishly through this thick bacterial soup. When they break, they leave behind a glistening iridescent film. Each wave that hits the shore releases a mist that makes your eyes and throat burn, carrying the rotten egg stench of hydrogen sulfide up from the oxygen-starved depths. Barely conscious from the heat and smell and CO2, you look at the horizon. A storm is building unlike any you've ever seen. The hot ocean feeds it endless energy, and with no continents to slow it down, it will dwarf the fiercest hurricanes of your time. You're doomed. Your broken time machine jolts and screeches. Something's happening.
You're near the equator, in the late Carboniferous, 320 million years ago. The atmosphere is thick with moisture. The climate is locked in a never-ending wet super summer without any other seasons. Colliding continents are covered by the largest swamps the planet will ever see. A paradise for plants growing faster than their dead biomass can decompose. The ground beneath is a warm, soggy mass of decaying vegetation. What will be an endless desert in 70 million years is now an endless alien jungle. A huge variety of life is thriving in this period.
From your perspective, this is not that great. You're lost in a maze of giant tree-like plants towering over a twisted undergrowth of giant ferns and endless varieties of bizarre and unfamiliar vegetation. The thick, humid air smells of sweet decay, but breathing makes you dizzy. Your vision seems too sharp, your thoughts slightly frantic. The dense plant cover has supercharged the atmosphere with oxygen, 60% higher than in the human era, and your body is trying to cope. Which is great for the dominant land animals, which have conquered every niche of this majestic garden. Bugs. You're stuck in the golden age of arthropods. In this oxygen-rich world, they have evolved to sizes that will never be possible again. They are innumerable and everywhere. Armored cat-sized megarachni crash through the undergrowth, hunting a swarm of panicked rochoids that scatter in all directions. Above you, a griffin fly with wings spanning nearly a meter and beating like helicopter blades catches a Paleodictyoptera mid-flight. You stumble through the bushes filled with countless crawling creatures as an arthroplura the length of a car picks its way through the ferns, moving countless legs in hypnotic waves. You reach a swampy clearing and stumble into the shallow water, dizzy and terrified as a Pulmonoscorpius rips apart its prey, eyeing you with some interest. Here in the clearing, you can see the sky above the canopy glow shrieking red, intensifying at an alarming pace. The extreme humidity here creates sudden, violent thunderstorms, and the oxygen-rich atmosphere makes everything dangerously flammable. Even the wet vegetation can burst into explosive flame with the slightest spark. Why do all of your trips end in a storm? Well, at least it will take all the creatures that want to eat you with it. your broken time machine jolts back to life. The world is folding in on itself.
As you can tell, I was not created by GoDaddy Aero. It uses AI to create great-looking...
You've woken up in the early Devonian, 400 million years ago. Most of the planet is covered in shallow seas, while the land is mostly rocky plains and mountains broken by braided rivers and mudflats. Earth is in a state of transition. For about 100 million years, life has begun to break down rocks into soil, a soft layer that enables plants to grow and life thrive. The ozone layer is slowly building up, fed by organisms releasing gases. Recently, this process has been speeding up. The land is turning from toxic to semi-habitable.
The sky looks wrong somehow. The sun blazes harsh and white, barely filtered by the unfamiliar atmosphere. The air feels thin, with only 15% oxygen compared to today's 21. Each breath feels shallow and unsatisfying. You're on the verge of passing out and can only move slowly. At least it's currently moderately warm and not stormy. But it's what dominates these lands that makes this world truly alien. Reaching up to 8 meters into the sky are massive obelisks of fungal prototaxites. As you walk closer, you notice spores catching the sunlight, drifting through the air like tiny stars. Your movement disturbs more of them, creating clouds suspended in the thin atmosphere. They coat your skin with a fine, powdery, itchy film. You try not to think about how many you're inhaling with every breath in this oxygen-poor air. The ground feels nothing like soil. It's mostly rock, partly covered by a thin, slightly springy layer of decomposing matter. Some shallow water pools reflect the pale alien sky above. Between the fungal towers, there's a carpet of smaller fungi and a few alien-like primitive plants. No flowers, no leaves, just strange green stalks and fern-like structures that reach your ankles. Around you, the fungal towers rise like pale pillars. Their surfaces neither smooth nor rough, but something in between. They're neither wet nor dry, slightly yielding under your touch. Small patches of what might be lichen create splashes of muted greens and yellows on their surfaces. The only animals you can spot are a few insects burrowing into the large mushrooms. Everything is eerily quiet. You sit down on a rock. Is this it? As the night approaches, the pale sky shifts into sickly purples and greys, bleeding into the darkness. No animal sounds announce the coming night, just the solemn whisper of the prototaxites creaking in the wind. Through the thin atmosphere, the stars and the Milky Way illuminate the scenery with unsettling clarity. The fungal towers loom as pale shapes against the starlit sky, their silhouettes seeming even more wrong in the darkness. You are utterly alone, a time traveler lost in an alien world. Your time machine sputters.
What now?
Time to start rebuilding civilization. And while a hammer and saw would come in handy, the single most important tool you'll need is your mind.
Hey, if you're spending thousands of dollars and taking days or weeks to build and rank...
Dahmer was not only a psycho, but he also had too much free time, and I'm sure things wouldn't have gotten so bad if he had Polybuzz AI, an app which offers you free, private, and unrestricted AI character chats.
Well, guys, today's a pretty gross one. Now, we've talked about a lot, and I mean a lot, of tone-deaf and disrespectful videos on this channel. You know, stuff like people whipping out a ukulele to talk about how they definitely didn't touch any children. Cool stuff like that. But today, we are looking at one of, if not just the most disrespectful, most tone-deaf video I have ever, and I mean ever, seen on YouTube. Now, YouTubers making horribly tone-deaf videos is really nothing new. If anything, it's one of the great constants of YouTube. No matter what day it is, no matter what's going on in the world, there is somebody, somewhere out there, making a video that is so unbelievably inappropriate that it's going to make the people watching it think that the person who made it could not read a room if it was an audiobook. In our modern age of social media, there is basically nothing that is like really deemed off limits when it comes to what you can turn into content, and that leads to people making some really questionable videos sometimes, and well, that's what we're looking at today. Now, if you watch a lot of YouTube, you've probably seen this cycle many times before. A certain kind of channel or a certain kind of video will start to go consistently viral, and shortly thereafter, a lot of people will start to copy that kind of video or that kind of channel in order to cash in on the easy virality. And one of those kinds of channels recently has been the whole like blank explained as fast as possible kind of channel, where people usually take like historical events or hard to understand concepts and they try to explain them as quickly as possible. And today we're talking about one of those channels called The Evaluator, who recently made a video titled Every
On a
Jeffrey
December
Dahmer
morning, the sun rises over Marble Bar, Western Australia. Even as it inches over the horizon, the air shimmers with heat. The glowing disk is distorted, wavering in the mirage that clouds the horizon. It's as if it's reflected in some vast, glimmering pool just out of reach. But there's no water here. In this remote part of the Australian outback, water doesn't last long. The sun ascends through an intensely blue sky with no clouds to obscure its piercing glaze on the landscape below. Shadows shorten and all but disappear as the red rocks bake in its merciless gaze. Long, rocky ridges extend to the horizon, and hills are cut by sharp valleys. But the agent of their formation is nowhere to be seen on this hot December day. The riverbeds are dry, only dust flows along them in the morning breeze. The air is hot, heavy, and eerily silent. Living creatures from insects to the roaming kangaroos cower beneath the noonday sun. They seek shade beneath the few sparse acacias that line the barren river valleys. It's a tough existence, but life clings on. Yet those sun-baked rocks preserve a record of a very different time. They are granites, formed deep in the Earth's crust long ago, volcanic lavas that flowed out over the surface, and sedimentary sandstones that accumulated grain by grain at the bottom of an ancient sea. By themselves, the rocks are scarcely remarkable, but their age is what sets them apart. Because this bedrock, shimmering in the heat, is 3 billion years old. This corner of Western Australia is one of the oldest remaining slivers of continental crust from that unbelievably ancient time. And the rocks tell a remarkable story of an Earth wildly different from today. Far removed from the viciously dry and lifeless landscape in which the rocks are exposed, the Earth at 3 billion years ago was a vibrant, balmy water world, teeming with life. A traveller departing Marble Bar today, embarking on a journey 3 billion years into the past, would find themselves on a truly alien world. "3 billion years is an inconceivably large amount of time. It's 1,000 times longer than humans have been on the planet, and 5 times longer than the reign of all animals. But if the entire history of the Earth from 4.5 billion years ago to today were compressed into a single year, then the Earth 3 billion years ago would be living through its very own springtime. Though still young in geological terms, a lot of time has already passed on the planet, entering into its second quarter. And while the changes may have been slow for those first 1.5 billion years, there has still been plenty of time for planetary transformation. From the first specks of dust colliding in a protoplanetary disk, the Earth formed a flaming ball of molten rock. Through the Hadean, it was unsettled, continually battered, and bombarded in a chaotic early solar system. Heaving gravitational forces tore at its fragile crust, opening rifts of flowing lava and shattering the newly formed rock. Only time could allow these wounds to heal as the stray, wandering rocks grew ever fewer in number. The last few thousand impacts delivered a precious payload: water and organic molecules. Gradually, ever obedient to the laws of thermodynamics, the planet cooled. The steamy atmosphere rained and rained, turning puddles into lakes, lakes into seas, and seas into oceans. Bolstered by its watery blanket, the crust solidified into a thick layer of volcanic rock. Meanwhile, the planet's interior remained a scorching, roiling, molten mass. Plumes of liquid rock billowed upwards for thousands of kilometers from the newly formed liquid iron core up to the base of the volcanic crust. They punched through, feeding volcanoes and shattering the crust anew. On the shores of these first oceans, or perhaps in the depths, fed by exotic hydrothermal chemistry, organic molecules form new shapes and new relationships. Coincidentally, this
Hello, I'm Julia Child. I'm in my own kitchen today and I'm boiling up some primordial soup. And there is a primordial soup machine. We're doing a recipe for the chemical building blocks of life. Today,
Hey guys, Joe here. Some people would argue the most important year in the history of soup was 1962, when Andy Warhol released his super soupy pop art. But I think soup's best year came a decade earlier in 1952, when a scientist named Stanley Miller first cooked up primordial soup. Miller's experiment took some simple chemicals like those found on early Earth, bubbled them up through a tube, zapped them with electricity, and after a few days, floating in this soup, he found amino acids, the building blocks of proteins and one of the essential ingredients for life. This idea that life's origins could be found in a puddle of chemicals is an old one. In the 1920s, two different scientists theorized about life coming from what they called a prebiotic soup. And this soupy speculation even goes back, unsurprisingly, to Charles Darwin, who in 1871 wondered if life may have formed from chemicals in some warm little pond. What made Miller's experiment so special was it gave us proof. Regular non-life stuff could become cool life stuff super easily. But every living thing we see today, even the most basic bacteria, is so complex, built of such intricate machinery, it's impossible to imagine they just popped into existence out of some soup. That's because they didn't. We're gonna go on a journey in search of the origin of life, and along the way there will be a few forks in the road, maybe a couple speed bumps, and we're gonna need help from a couple friends. We'll come to see that Miller's primordial soup isn't exactly how this story began. But the first question we should ask isn't how life started.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises. Kick off projects in a
We humans, members of the genus Homo, have come remarkably far in the 2.8 million years of our existence, and a lot of progress has especially been made within the last 200. And today we enjoy unprecedented levels of technology that has helped the worldwide lifespan reach roughly 73 years at birth. However, the journey to get here has not been an easy one, and we've had to endure many hardships, sometimes caused by our own doing. And this is reflected by the shockingly low lifespans seen across time. For example, in 18th century France, it was between 27 and 30 years old, in classical Greece, 25, the Bronze Age, 26, and during the Neolithic period, it got as low as 20. Yet this being said, Homo sapiens, or modern humans, have had it relatively easy compared to other human species. This is something you should be eternally grateful for, as life as an early human was sometimes downright bull. And it's not too uncommon for paleontologists to unearth an early human specimen who died under very grisly circumstances. Now, based on research, it seems that many Homo species suffered such lives. But one study in particular found that a certain group, the 2 million-year-old Homo habilis, had it almost comically bad, and died so often so young that the majority of individuals didn't even live long enough to see their teen years, with the average lifespan having been estimated at about just 12 years old, so more than 6 times less than the current average. And what's crazy is that chances are that it was even lower, as the study looked at 26 random specimens and noted a lack of neonate and infantile individuals, heavily suggesting that the mortality rate was in reality much higher, and thus the life expectancy even lower than 12 years old. Such a fast and short life makes the Homo habilis the last human species you'd want to wake up as, and represents possibly the worst time to have ever been a human overall. Which thus begs the question, why were their lives so utterly brutal? Well, unfortunately for them, the answer is that virtually everything was stacked against them, including their very own bodies, as Homo habilis was one of the smallest humans to have ever lived, possibly averaging under 4 feet or 1.2 meters, making them 32% shorter than ourselves, and in the best case, weighing just 60% of what we do. Such a small body obviously made them quite vulnerable to injuries, and to add fuel to the fire, they didn't even have any notable robustness to their skeletal structure that would have at least helped them compensate for their lack of size. And it's likely that they experienced at least one serious fall throughout their life because they were partially arboreal, meaning they spent a good chunk of their lives in trees. And given that chimps often experience at least one major fall throughout their lives, the same can reasonably be said for Homo habilis, especially since they weren't as well adapted for climbing compared to chimpanzees. Although, relative to other humans, they were more ape-like overall, a result of them having been one of the first of our kind to enter the scene, with an existence that spanned from 2.3 to 1.65 million years ago. Some of these ape-like features included longer limbs and slightly apish extremities that allow them to better grip while climbing and swing from branch to branch. Now, possessing the ability to climb with ease is of course very useful, especially when surrounded by predators, and in most cases it lets animals easily avoid danger, therefore prolonging their life. However, in the case of the habilis, the benefits of this ability were largely negated, as it was paired with the worst possible diet, carnivorism. Now, you'd think that a human living on a plant would be strictly vegetarian, but the habilis actually exhibited one of the higher levels of meat eating seen in humans, reflected by their very large incisors that helped them cut through meat, and their proportionally giant mandibles that were thicker than those of any living ape or human, which allowed them to generate more torsion and stress while biting, and thus helping to rip meat off of a body. This being said, they did also eat a lot of fruit and vegetables, but their meat-rich diet ultimately forced them to leave the safety of trees routinely, a problem exacerbated by their fondness for fish, which brought them close to water and thus the dangers within. And it wasn't just meat that was the problem, but also how they got it. As for some reason, Homo habilis decided to specialize in scavenging, of all things, which is almost funny considering their small size, lack of large muscles, and limited technology that consisted of simple stone tools. In other words, they did not have much to help them secure kills. And one group of paleontologists found that at best, they would only be able to reliably defend carcasses from jackals and cheetahs. This meant basically nothing though, as Homo habilis, who lived in East and South Africa, was surrounded by not one, but multiple large carnivores that would frequently show up to contest carrion. And to make matters worse, these same predators also routinely preyed on the habilis themselves, as these early humans were, for lack of a better term, easy pickings.
Selling newsletter ads? Your workflow just got an upgrade. Introducing direct sponsorships.
And so, if you are a Homo habilis, you can be sure that on the daily, you live under the constant threat of being picked off by a very diverse range of different carnivores, that, mind you, each had their own unique terrible way to dispatch you. So I guess at least there's some variety. For now, direct evidence of interactions between predators and habilis are quite rare. But when looking at time and general vicinity, over 30 potential predators have been identified, with large cats in particular having had a profound impact on destroying their lifespans. One of the most prevalent ones lurking around would have been the Megantereon, a jaguar-sized saber-toothed cat that lived throughout Africa for the entire span of the habilis' existence. And despite being jaguar-shaped, it was more heavily built, and alarmingly had lower limbs that were actually lion-sized. These limbs possessed giant paws at the ends of them where razor-sharp recurved claws sat, just waiting to dig into the flesh of any unsuspecting Homo habilis. Once pinned, the habilis would then get to experience an array of sharp and serrated teeth, including 2 enlarged canines that would sink into their throat, severing major arteries and nerves, and fortunately leading to unconsciousness within seconds. However, unfortunately, there's also the chance that an unlucky victim would have had to experience the more rare, but much more terrifying killing method of having its entire head virtually covered by the attacking saber-toothed cat. And miraculously, this actually happened to a known human specimen, who had puncture marks to its occipital bone. In other words, the back of its head. But what's crazy is that the angle of the bite confirmed that the attack did not come from the back, but rather the front, which basically means the Megantereon put the entire human's head in its mouth. And the idea is that on top of causing skull and brain damage, such an attack could kill by completely smothering the victim's nose and mouth with a saber-tooth's jaw, leading to suffocation. And in a case of more bad news for our distant relatives, the Megantereon had a very healthy appetite for Homo habilis. So much so, in fact, that it literally altered their carbon isotopic levels, which directly shows us that it was even more of a human killer than other animals that are associated with hunting primitive humans, such as the Dinofelis, which I should also mention coexisted with Homo habilis and presumably hunted it as well. And to add fuel to the fire, there was also Homotherium and Machairodus lurking around too, which is very unfortunate, as the latter happened to be one of the largest felids to have ever existed, with some species reaching 405 kilograms or 893 pounds, comparable to both the Smilodon and male polar bears. At this size, it's not hard to imagine that even a well-placed paw swipe could take out an individual, especially since many victims seem to be targeted while young. And avoiding death by Machairodus would have been surprisingly difficult, because despite its great size, the Machairodus was a better jumper than many of the smaller, more agile cats, as its legs were too short to pursue long chases, which indicates that it relied on powerful jumps in order to catch prey. Which is all to say that escape by climbing a tree was pretty much out of the question. Meanwhile, while smaller, the Homotherium still stuck out as a notoriously bad animal for a habilis to get caught by, as its canines and incisors were shortened but broader than what's seen in other saber-toothed cats, transforming them into powerful puncturing weapons that also benefited from crenulations. In other words, irregular serrations that were wavy, creating a one-of-a-kind bite that both sliced and punctured simultaneously. And now, while these cats were definitely a menace to habilis society, they were not the only group notorious for shortening their lives, as another family of predators that loved to snack on our ancestors were hyenas. Like the cats, there were also multiple different hyenas that went after hominins, but there were 2 that really stuck out.
Once I figured out that Shopify was a thing, I never turned back. I can create.
Throughout history, stories of humans being raised by animals have fascinated mankind. The feral children have found their way into human culture throughout the ages, from Tarzan all the way back to Romulus and Remus suckling from the she-wolf. Infants seemingly offer a blank slate upon which language, culture, nationality and morality are inscribed throughout their development. Because of this, child development is a miracle of learning, and as such, it has not only fascinated the likes of Rudyard Kipling, but also that of scientists. And one such scientist would devise an experiment, but instead of putting a child into the wild to be raised by animals, turn the tables and take one of our closest relatives of the animal kingdom and raise it as a human. Today we're looking at the ape and the child experiment. Welcome to the dark side of science. Our story starts on the Abreu colony in Cuba in 1930, with the birth of a female chimpanzee on the 15th of November. The baby chimp and her mother and father were donated to the Yerkes National Primate Research Centre not long after her birth. The research centre was headed by eugenicist Robert Yerkes and was used for medical research into comparative psychology. The baby chimpanzee was given the name Gua, and in June 1931 she was forcibly removed from her mother's cage and was sent off to a new home at the age of 7.5 months for a comparative experiment. Her new family was scientists Luella and Winthrop Kellogg and their 10-month-old son Donald. But before we carry on, here's some background information to the Kelloggs and why this young chimp became a resident in their house. Winthrop and Luella had married in 1920. The couple had met in Indiana University while studying. Winthrop was involved in a very diverse set of research subjects, but throughout the 1920s focused on conditioning and learning. He was fascinated with relative influence of nature and nurture on behaviour, and if you could isolate the nurture element. What if you could raise an animal, a primate for example, in the exact same way as you would an infant? Would the chimpanzee's development change, or maybe would it even begin to act like a human? He had been planning the concept of a comparative experiment during his postgraduate days at Columbia when studying for his masters in 1927. Kellogg during this time was fascinated with accounts of feral children living with wolves. He believed that the infants learned to live like wolves because that was what their environment demanded of them. Thus, if the tables were turned, with a wild animal could nurture overall heredity and even humanise it, the birth of Kellogg's first child offered a unique opportunity, and that was to comparatively raise the child alongside a primate. Kellogg devised, if he could raise a chimp with Donald, their son, like siblings, he could then see the nature differences. The chimpanzee wouldn't be a pet, but treated in the exact same way as the human child. They would be fed by bottle, bathed, clothed, handled and pushed around in a pram. It would be induced to walk upright the same as a child, and would be corrected in its mistakes like a human as well. The chimpanzee would also be taught and encouraged to eat with a spoon and to play like a child with children's toys. The primate would not be allowed to learn in any other way than the human way, thus allowing the experiment a chance to succeed in creating a human-acting chimp. In order to facilitate his experiment, Kellogg would seek help from Yerkes. He received the Social Science Research Council Fellowship to work at the Yale Amphipod Station in Florida in order to prepare for his experiment in 1931. Needless to say, this would necessitate the Kellogg's family moving to Florida, and not long after, Gua the chimpanzee would join the family to start this bizarre experiment.
What if your website's success was only limited by one single thing? Privacy regulations.
Gua and Donald were introduced at the ages of 7.5 and 10 months respectively in the summer of 1931. And in every conceivable way, the two were treated by Winthrop and Luella as if they were brother and sister. Straight away, the Kellogg's started noting the physical and behavioural differences between the two infants. The former was pretty easy, as the two were different species of animals, and with Gua having longer arms than Donald and much greater physical abilities. Gua had nearly all of her teeth, whereas Donald only had 2. To discover the differences, both physiologically and psychologically, of the two, Kellogg thought up some strange and somewhat cruel experiments. Kellogg took great interest in the differences in how the two's bone structures developed. To explore this, he tested the differences by sound, by hitting both Donald and Gua's head with a spoon, to try and hear a difference in the hardening of the skull. He found that Donald's head radiated a dull thud, whereas Gua's made a harsher sound, hinting at the chimpanzee's bones being more hardened. Bizarrely, Kellogg had previously x-rayed Gua and already knew her bone density was equal to that of a 2-year-old human. To ascertain the differences between the two's reaction times, the Kellogg's devised an interesting experiment. Both Donald and the chimpanzee were placed in front of a motion picture camera. This was to allow reviewing of the reactions later on. After the two had settled and the camera was recording, a revolver was fired in the air behind them. Both were startled, and it was discovered that Gua reacted more quickly than her human sibling. The experiment was repeated a few months later with 5 other children, ranging in age between 17 months and 8.5 years. The basic day for the two test subjects consisted of a 7 a.m. wake up with 7:30 a.m. breakfast. Then until 8:30 a.m. sit with the adults at the breakfast table. From 9 in the morning until lunch, the time would be filled out with controlled observations, car rides, outdoor and indoor play, photographing and various experiments. After lunch, at 12:15, nap time followed by a bath time. And between 15:30 and 1600, more experiments, observations, playtime and tests, to end up the day at dinner at around 1800 hours, followed by bed at 18:30. The days were not always run strictly to this plan, as the Kellogg's had various different engagements. During the experiment's initial 2 weeks, Gua's reflex behaviour was recorded. An interesting behaviour was noted. The chimpanzee had issues in her balance after standing upright. There were 2 conclusions that the Kellogg's family made about this. The first being due to her still not being fully developed. But the other conclusion was that she was becoming disorientated due to having to look up at her human observers more than if she was in the wild. Probably a bit of both, as this new environment would definitely have been confusing to her. Gua adapted very quickly to her new sleeping arrangements. A cot was constructed and was designed to be usable for an infant child with mattress, clean linens and even night clothing. When this was temporarily removed, her reaction was predictable. She began to cry out in despair. Gua's reactions when sleepy were very characteristic of a human child. When picked up, she would try and cuddle up, and when sat up, her head would nod down, only to come back up startled by the motion. For the first 2 months, Gua napped more than Donald, mainly after meals, but as she got older, she slept less in the day, eventually getting to the 1 nap as outlined in the day schedule. Donald, on the other hand, was sleeping 2 or more hours in the afternoon nap time. Gua slept during the night without issues throughout the experiment, something that from experience isn't something that a human child often does.
Why can't I make any changes without an admin approval? Why?
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power, not IT.
But as the experiment progressed, she started to make a nest with her bedding, a thing that chimpanzees do in the wild with twigs in trees. She hadn't seen anyone else do this, and thus showed the behaviour was possibly hereditary, or could be perceived as an infant playing in their bed in the night. Throughout the experiment, both subjects were observed during their physical development. Donald had a walking age stroller. This was because human infants don't develop walking until at least 10 months. Gua, on the other hand, could walk by the time she was with the Kellogg's. She also had a stroller, but she used it as a toy instead of a walking aid. Interestingly, Gua was beginning to mimic the way humans walk, adopting a more upright posture. The chimp was showing much quicker level of development as Donald for the age. The experiment continued to observe the differences between the two in the way they interacted with their environment. During the toddler months of childhood, the beginnings of reading and language start to develop. Part of this is the ability to point at things that interest the infant, and Gua exhibited these behaviours as well. The two infants, almost right from the start of the experiment, seemed to enjoy each other's company, with Donald showing great delight in interacting with his new sister. Gua would hold out hands to Donald, stroking her hair. As the experiment progressed, it seemed like the two, especially Gua, had become attached to each other, always making a beeline for him when he entered the room, and noticeably got more excited when playing with Donald. If Gua was admonished for doing something wrong, Donald would go up to her and hug the chimpanzee. As Donald's speech developed, he was able to even say his sister's name. When another older child called Martha was introduced, Gua behaved similarly by hugging the 3.5-year-old, smelling her hair and holding her hand. Interestingly, Gua was much more reserved and timid around human adults, which to me sounds very similar to how a human child may act, loud and excited with their peers, but quiet and shy around adults. Gua's actions around new adults was even more shy and even at some times seemed fearful. The pair's interactions with other animals was characteristically childlike as well, with Gua stroking the next door neighbour's cat and having seemingly no fear in approaching adult dogs, much like a human child. But this would change at the age of 11 months, when a puppy barked at her after she had mistakenly taken the dog running as a game of tag. From then on, she became scared of almost all other animals, including chickens, cats, and even birds in the trees. Gua's emotional responses to being admonished or punished for any number of minor behavioural infractions elicited an interesting response. She would noticeably become distressed, and then approach the experimenters for affection or a kiss, as a form of forgiveness for committing the faux pas. This is a similar type of behaviour seen in children, but comes on later in social development at around 18 to 24 months. This showed that Gua was developing faster emotionally than Donald, and that she was learning very human-like behaviours. She had mastered opening doors, especially a swinging door, a month before Donald. At the age of 1 year, Gua had figured out that light switches controlled the electric light bulbs. As such, when an adult put their hand up to the switch, Gua would look at the light in anticipation of its illumination. The experimenters attempted to teach both how to play patty cake. Donald picked it up rather quickly and with little prompts happily followed the game. Gua, on the other hand, never learned how to play properly, even though she was given daily opportunities to practice. The two subjects also underwent potty training. Gua had more accidents than Donald and was seemingly embarrassed when she made them. Eventually she would indicate that she wanted to go to the toilet by oohing and holding her genital area. This would develop to her going to an experimenter and indicating by tugging on the adult's trousers. Throughout the experiment, both of the subjects were given the opportunity to use a spoon. Like many other observations, the Kellogg's saw that Gua was way ahead in proficiency than Donald. By 13 months, she was using the spoon for self-feeding with little mess, in contrast to Donald, who had mastered the skill by around 18 months. Another test was devised where a reward was placed behind a wire mesh attached to a door frame. The only way to get to the reward is via the use of a hoe to drag it under a small gap in the mesh. Although both figured out the solution at around 100 attempts, Guar proved to be more consistent in her success rate. The Kellogg's wanted to probe into a vital part of the human experience next, and that was something that makes us unique: language. But this part is where Guar would fall behind, and Donald would develop some strange new behaviours.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
Guar's language development differed to that of a human child, in the sense that she would communicate her wants physically, like pointing to her mouth for food. As we saw with her potty training, the need to empty her bowels was indicated non-verbally. This was the same for when she wanted to play, by grabbing one or...
What? Huh?
Points that goes.
What? Okay. Yeah. Test. 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 Test.